No, they had the football team with the trophy walked in at halftime. They had a
I saw
ceremony.
that.
My wife was saying that's
Yeah.
what happened. They did that.
Random.
pretty cool.
That's
That's
cool.
Facebook.
You'd think they'd be so tired and
Thank
beat
you.
up.
That adrenaline was probably blown. We're live, commissioners.
All right. Okay, welcome to the December 5th meeting of the Riley County Commission. Please join in the pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I don't know why.
I give it the aches.
Takes and
Give me the
pain.
aches. Yep.
Your knees are,
I noticed that as well when I had it.
I mean, I have, my knees are always a little bit, I think.
I noticed the points of my body where I've had trouble, like surgeries and stuff, that really ache most during that time. My weakest points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I was
We have public
recovering
comment.
from surgery, so I'll really, it really.
Oh,
Okay. That's all right.
Okay.
Mr.
Public
Chairman.
comments? Yes.
I just want, I'd ask the board to remove, I know you'll probably object to this, remove one executive session at 10:15. That didn't need to happen.
Okay. And I make a motion that we remove the executive session planned at 10:15 a.m.
I would second that.
Then moved and seconded to remove the executive session at 10:15. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Any opposed? Quiet.
I like that.
I think that was implied.
No arguments here.
All right.
Of course, that just means we'll have four in one day.
She too.
Yeah,
Understand.
that's it.
Okay. All right, well, good morning, it's a great day. Last Friday, I continued reviewing this week's department head evaluations. Did some more research on possible lagoon sites in Keats. And I attended the Christmas lighting ceremony downtown. I didn't follow the parade, but I don't watch that, so. Anyway, a lot of people, it was great. Saturday, I had some friends over for lunch and to watch the K-State TCU championship game. It came out really well, real excited, worn out after that. So Sunday, I played in the bell choir at church in the morning and the afternoon and evening. Continue to review paperwork for today's meeting. And I'll be glad when you get these evaluations finished. So that's all I have.
Thursday evening, I attended the Tri-County chapter of the Kansas Society of Professional Engineers dinner at the Midwest Car Museum. This was the third year I've attended this event. It's a pretty good event. Got some professional people from all over the state and actually the entire region there. There were several local officials in attendance, including some from the city of Manhattan, Pottawatomie and Dickinson counties, as well as a handful of state legislators. Dinner and the program were good to say the least. We heard from their lobbyists who works pretty closely with bills and legislation and stuff that are a vested interest in Topeka. As you know, session will be starting sooner than later, and we got a lot of new faces this year. So that was a lot of the conversation on Thursday evening. Friday morning, I was part of another virtual focus group by NACO. This discussion focused on childcare as a resource for small and entrepreneurial type businesses. Pretty good dialogue. As usual, there's lots of ideas and lots of directions to go, but you know, the biggest issue here is and continues to be just lack of quality professional personnel to provide this care. Not just an issue in the state of Kansas, it's an issue everywhere. This was focused more on the heartland states, so kind of like Nebraska, Oklahoma, Kansas, and Missouri. They all had representatives on this call. I said, there's lots of good ideas, just trying to plug in the gaps with everything else. Yeah. And there's dollars and grants to be had to do some of this too, but finding people, licensures, the bureaucratic red tape that goes along with that destroys a lot of it before it really gets a chance to get off the ground. So Also on Friday, I listened to part of, I didn't catch all of it, the Kansas City IT Tech Summit's December virtual presentation. I'm going to chop this name up, unfortunately, but Lakshmi Submarinian. That's not the right pronunciation, and I apologize for that. She is Senior Director and Data Management and Governance at Mineral Inc. She made a presentation called Data, the Elixir for Your Enterprise. I thought it was a pretty good title. I wasn't able to stick around for the last half of the presentation or the Q&A part because I was at work, but presentation was really informative, particularly in an era where we're bombarded with data and information and just everything. So I just dealt with kind of how you deal with that more for your business or so on and so forth. Saturday morning, I did take the time to listen to the K-State's Research and Extension's December e-call from Friday. I didn't get to catch it on Friday, but they had a link to it. It was from Linda Hunsicker. She's the Director of Community Development Block Grant Program with the Kansas Department of Commerce. Discussion centered around commercial and housing rehabilitation projects and how some of these grant dollars that are available may be able to help in that process. Another one is informative conversations, just to listen to what people are doing, all across the state at this point in time. And then finally, Washington K-State took down TCU to win the Big 12 championship. About gave me a heart attack. I guess, that's the way it's supposed to go. All good things happen with purpose, I suppose. So some up a berth in the All-State Sugar Bowl on New Year's Eve versus Alabama. I'm not one of those that want Alabama, but I hope we play a good game. I actually hope we get healthy. I think if we get healthy, I think we'll play a pretty good game. So congratulations to the team. Well deserved for the work and efforts. The squad all throughout the season. It's been up and down, but here we are. So that's all I got.
Well, again, I was home for the weekend. Did watch the football and basketball games on Saturday. Enjoyed that. Still pretty tired, but I get up and get around now. So ready to get back to work. And I did work on the evaluations for the day. And that's all I've got.
I wasn't feeling well. Those probably didn't go well.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Okay, commissioners, we have no business items today. So any changes to the minutes?
I actually didn't. I didn't actually get a chance to look at it. I'm going to assume they're probably okay. I guess since we have time. Yeah.
That's Rich. Yeah, no, I saw someone come in, but I imagine all we can do is, I don't know that anyone has a resource to have for someone watching, but we'll be able to check things with inventory. Probably the best way to do it. Yeah, okay. I think that's about all we can handle at this time. Thanks. Bye. Sorry, commissioners.
Let's go ahead and make a motion into approve the minutes from the December 1st meeting of the Riley County Commission.
All right, second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of December 1st meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, the tentative we can look, commissioners.
A little lighter than the last couple.
Any items for next week's press conference? If not, you have Mr. Holman at 9 o'clock.
Did you ever get a date for the,
I was going to check on that this morning and I didn't. I will check on hello. We'll email it to you. Okay.
because I didn't see it
Yeah.
on the upcoming agendas.
Guys have some time. I'll give you these to study in light of our CIP discussion coming up. The green number is basically the cash that's available. So that's what I highlighted that green number for. Make it a little easier to sort through all of that.
I was looking through those.
I was trying to find these.
Yeah, it's usually attached on there and it wasn't.
Well, no, I mean,
Errol is out today, so I'll be pinch hitting, so I wanted to get that to you ahead of time.
I was trying to look back through. Find the last time they were here and I couldn't find it.
There you go.
That's
I
good.
think that'll help.
Yeah.
We actually have some study time, so.
Well, I can believe on Sunday though. Well, you can start Saturday, Nick Saban. I mean, he was kind of a jerk, but he was on every station you could find crying about the fact that they weren't going to be in it. They're better than everybody else. We played in that, we'd be favored, so we should be in there.
Who is he with?
Alabama coach.
Oh,
You know, like he has so, yeah, he says, well, we had some players listening on those games we lost.
We stood it all around.
Yeah, but like I said, I knew he was entitled, but I didn't realize how bad.
well, yeah,
I hope they totally overlook us.
yeah.
I
they
hope
were-
half of them decided not to play.
Here's the thing, especially their steady quarterback might not.
Yeah, what I've heard.
It's like, yeah, to have good a backup who's also a star, you know, recruits.
And, honestly, the bad thing about that is, so many times when we played a backup that's good, you have no film on them.
I know.
That can be bad. Will Howard did that to people a couple of times, had no film on him and actually did good, because defenses didn't know what to expect.
He is good. He just is.
He's gotten very good this year.
Mhm.
Him and Malik Knowles,
Oh,
took
yeah.
leaps and bounds this year.
It was bad. I hated seeing the go out.
Yeah, I hope he's not.
He tweeted out that he was going to play. So
He was upset.
Yeah.
Poor kid.
Oh, yeah.
it's been up and down for him in his 15 years here.
Mostly down, injuries and confidence, I think was another
I
thing too.
think so. He just never really was able to build consistency, and those first couple of years under Snyder, that's what it took, and it just wasn't there. And new style of offense that came in, I think it took him a year to adjust, and yeah,
He's
injuries.
turned into an animal this year.
I think if I'm looking at it right, everybody who's banged up and injured, with the exception of Savage, should be back.
I am so sick and tired. College football has to be less lenient on offensive line holding. It's like my son-in-law says, you can call holding
On every single play.
Every play.
In the old days, they used to teach you to block with your fist closed, so you wouldn't grab
Well,
on.
you have to keep your hands.
Right.
Too.
And nowadays, your defensive linemen and your linebackers, they're so quick and they're so fast, you can't.
My son-in-law, he coaches offensive
Yeah.
line. That's what he's doing there. He says, you coach now to hold there.
Mhm.
You're
Yeah.
teaching them to hold, not just hold your fist, to hold onto them right there.
Well, that's what Felix and Vicky was, they wouldn't, he was, the guy went wide and he went to turn, but he couldn't even turn because the guy didn't call him.
Or they don't grab, but they kind of horse collar from the front with their elbow around the neck.
Yeah.
They don't grab, but they just
Right.
lock their elbow there. I get so frustrated with that. Chiefs didn't look so hot.
Yeah, the
Team
Bengals
has our number.
Yeah, the Bengals, that's Chiefs Achilles heel.
Kudos to them. They play hard when they play us.
Mhm.
They do play hard when they play us. My other son-in-law, I'm surprised his TV made it through the event yesterday. My daughter said he shut it off before it was over.
You just kind of got a feeling that, about the first quarter that it just wasn't going to be the Chiefs' day. It just wasn't clicking. Right? I know Andy Reid doesn't really like to run the football at all, but they haven't found that consistent guy yet. And that's going to hurt him in the playoffs. You need to be able to have some consistency with the run to open things up. And
I wish we had a bigger back, like what's his name? I'm trying to think of his name. But a bigger back,
I think they've got enough in terms of receivers to be okay. Mahomes have had to adjust a little bit this year,
Well,
but
he's used some of these targets this year too, so he's comfortable, obviously.
defense isn't playing bad. I mean, not like they were playing last year. Secondary's come around for the Chiefs quite a bit.
When they pulled that ball loose from Kelsey. Oh, man, he was mad. He was so mad at himself. I mean, 3 guys pounding on you, and somebody's probably away, you can't play,
Yeah.
but you can tell it just.
Oh, he was.
That dude gives it his all.
Yeah.
He really does.
And I saw the other teammate after he goes on the sideline, he just scowled and the guy put his arm around him. I'm thinking Kelsey said something like, "Get your," and the guy walked off.
Well, it was kind of a brutal day on quarterbacks yesterday, man. Garoppolo broke his foot.
Oh, really? I hadn't heard.
Brock Purdy, the rookie from Iowa State, came in, did pretty well. But they're down to their third string quarterback. Rams are down to their third string quarterback. Who else? Oh, Lamar Jackson went down yesterday, and I haven't heard status on him yet.
Well, I sure hope going back to college, Ty Zentner gets a chance somewhere at something.
Oh, yeah.
I hope he gets a chance. He's been our MVP of the year.
No, he was the semifinalist for the Rosa Award.
I love, the kid, few of them can do it. He's jogging out there for that clutch field goal to win the game, and he's just grinning, ear to ear, smiling, a genuine smile, not a nervous smile, a genuine. I got this.
All right. It's good. I've just been seeing videos of everybody celebrating afterwards, and just random videos. Saw one of Kurt Warner.
Oh, yeah, I saw one of them.
He was standing in the aisle, just pumping his fist. He was so happy.
Where at?
At the game. Yeah. He was happy for his son.
Oh, no doubt. Oh, his son has been a savior for us this year too. He's been one of those clutch guys. When you need some yards, you depend on him catching it.
Yep.
A couple of times maybe it's because we're down some receivers, but they used him. He's more of a catch and get a few yards, or they used him on short passes to get yards. And that's just not him as much, he's not as good a runner after catching.
Well, he's a good guy to lock there where you can maybe flex him out on a corner or a slant or something like that. You just get that 4 to 7 yards and you're good.
The Garcia kid's going to be good.
Yeah. There were several freshmen in there.
Garcia, and I still like the kid from Junction City, Giddens. I like him a lot.
He's that big power
I
back.
hope they put about 10 or 15 more pounds on him, mostly lower body. And just
He's been a savior, taking some of the stress off the Deuce.
there's a couple of times later in the game I'd have preferred to had him in there when we needed a few of those chunk yards, because he seems to do a good job at that.
Did you see they did a flash on what what Deuce can squat, how many pounds? 75 pounds. So,
Shit, 10 times.
wow.
330 is my man. I only do 8 minutes of that.
And I could do each one.
My biggest, because they always compare it to Sproles, and I don't know what it is. They show their weights, and their weights are he's only like 4 pounds lighter, but I just remember Sproles' eyes are about like
Yeah.
that, and it just doesn't look like Deuces are that big, but they're obviously strong.
Oh, yeah.
His biggest deal is he can he can dash around.
Yeah.
Well, it's so funny. See behind the offensive line, so you don't know. The
Nope.
last 2 games, and just like this last game,
That's something
there's
to say.
one guy just between him and the goal line. He's done that move both times and just made him look ridiculous.
Yeah, that guy,
There you go.
left him there sitting on the ground this time. That was so funny.
He's amazing. I hope he doesn't leave us.
Doesn't what?
Doesn't leave us
I
next year. Him in the room.
His dad will know his dad has the connections to find out.
Yeah, I would think he would, but you never know. But the thing that I'm glad for him, and it's unfortunately has to be that way, but I think he will get a chance at least because of his dad's position. So that's good, because no one knew if Sproles would get a chance, and he did, and he just happened to get the right fit and flourish in the NFL. The 2 other things with Deuce that'll be interesting is he can catch out of the backfield, and NFL always has a rule for that, and he can block. That's probably where he's improved the most this year. He'll block a dude that's 6'7", 275 pounds. You didn't take that lightly if you need just kind of an all-purpose back. And there's a lot of NFL offenses that incorporate that. You may not be a every down 1,000-yard, but Well, that's what Sproles said,
Right.
early this year is where he's ahead of me is I wasn't there in receiving at
Yeah.
this age.
Yeah.
He said he's ahead of me in that regard.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
That was an interview earlier this year when Sproles was coming. And my family's always correcting me during the game, was saying Sproles and his dude. I'm always using Sproles during the game.
If he stays one more year, boy, he might just have all the records.
Well, for sure. As much as he played as a freshman.
The only difference with Sproles is
Sproles only had a little bit his freshman year, got injured. and
How
stuff.
many yards did Deuce have in his last game running?
I didn't catch it.
I didn't either.
I know he's only one of 2 running backs in college that have over 300 yards of receiving and rushing 3 consecutive years. Christian McCaffrey's the only other one. So.
And we have another little back behind Giddens, don't we? Another similar sized back that's coming up that's supposed to have moves like
That's
that.
a kid from Kansas City, isn't it? Well, that doesn't include, we're still in the hunt for Edwards and Randall, 4-star guys here in Kansas too. So. We're going to lose quite a bit on defense.
Well, hindsight's 2020, and I didn't think this, but someone else pointed it out is, hindsight's 2020, but in a couple of those games we lost, we should not worried about the red shirt and put Howard in sooner to salvage the game and win it, because this is the year when a lot of our linemen are seniors, and this is your year to maybe make hay.
Well, there wasn't much you could do with the TCU game the first time around. It was just injury after injury. When both your quarterbacks go down in the same game, that's difficult. Tulane, we needed to do something different in the second half, no doubt about it. Felt like midway through the third quarter, we just kind of threw in the towel on that one.
Well, the only reason they didn't, because they didn't want to use that red shirt, it was weighing so heavily on them early in the season, which I understand the strategy if you can, but man.
Yeah, I think with Howard, he's the guy moving forward.
For sure.
I don't see enough out of Rubley to think he's gonna knock you
Some of
down.
those guys,
And Avery, when he comes in, he's got a red shirt. I mean, he needs to put on a little bit of mass, and that's going to make him good, really good.
Well, just like Howard said, those young guys, it's just a different level. Even
Anita Cook, Cody Cook, he played at JUCO.
Yeah.
And he said, coming into the high school to JUCO, that's one thing, the speed. And then he said, it's a whole nother level of speed when everyone's that speed when you come to K-State, it takes an adjustment. And that is Howard said, the game slowed down for him this year.
Well, that's because, he really, like I said, he didn't really get a chance to really develop properly.
Yeah, they threw that first year.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't even, that's the year they didn't even have summer or spring practice. Or
they had a very-
summer was.
Yeah, they usually have that extra 2 or so weeks and they condensed it down. And so he got thrown into the fire and he was injured. So he didn't get to go through spring practice. Went through the motions and stuff last year, but once again, really didn't get to, and they really didn't play much in the fall practice either. So he gets thrown back into it. And he's winning by fire, and it's proven to be of value and worth.
I'll tell you what, this town is going to be a ghost town from about December 29th on.
Really, it's not going to be difficult to catch a flight to Dallas and jump over to New Orleans for the game. And
that's the thing. I wouldn't want to go that time of year because I'm a big anti-crupper. So I'd like to go to New Orleans sometime, but not at the end of the year and not during Mardi Gras. But the matchup against Alabama is intriguing enough to me. I'm like, oh, it'd be a good game to go
the
to.
tickets aren't that expensive.
I know. I wouldn't mind going, but God, the Alabama and once in a lifetime is the only thing it has me thinking, man, it'd be nice to go. I'm not, but it would be nice.
I've traveled enough here over the fall. I don't want to make another trip right now. I've always said, I think if we played for a national championship, I think I'd want to be here. I don't know. I'm torn on that.
We went when we played Purdue at the Alamo Bowl, and we had the 3 older kids, and they were all real young, and we had a blast. Just the environment was cool, and seeing all the K-State people walking around, it was cool. But that's when I developed an extreme hatred for Purdue after that game.
That was our fault. We had the Alabama syndrome. We thought we should be there, and
Oh yeah,
we laid an egg because of it.
Drew Brees.
Yeah.
but I agree. It was because we thought we deserved better, and the team
Well,
didn't
the
have a
coaches
real incentive.
gone.
True.
Yeah,
Yeah,
lost all the
that's true, too.
coaches. True.
Had a couple key injuries. Hickson was banged up for that game, so did the best we could with David Allen, who wasn't your, everything on back. But
But Alabama intrigue make it very interesting to go to.
I don't know if we've ever played Alabama.
I don't think so neither. I know we played Tennessee, and I was looking forward to that matchup. It'd been cool that we beat Tennessee before.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been pretty bad. That Cotton Bowl. Of course, and we beat Texas A&M in the championship game, which was national. And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think we would have beat Tennessee that year. I really don't. They were so stout up front. Well, that was the year after Peyton Manning. And I think their front 7, I think 3 of them went in the first round, 2 of them went in the second round. I mean,
I've gone through 2 boxes of Kleenex myself in the last week.
My wife's been sick. It hasn't been COVID, but she started last Saturday, and she's been fighting that cold. And she's finally better as of 2 days ago. But she's just been, because she took the test at home, and she really didn't have those kind of symptoms, the bad ones. But yeah, she's been fighting it, and she blew her nose so bad you got a bloody nose. She's been blowing her nose so much.
Yeah, wears it out.
Finally getting better.
And because my wife gets talking too, and she said the stuff he knows a little bit. And she said she's a little tired, but it's well,
Mhm. Oh yeah, for sure. It's tough when you get to admit they're just tougher than us, huh? I'll give credit where credit's due, though. I admit that all the time.
especially when it's
Tougher
kids.
and smarter than us. Yeah, that's what I say, because they are built for having kids and dealing with kids. That's why they are better at it than us.
All right, Clancy.
Good morning, Commissioners. Clancy Coleman, Riley County Councilor. Pending county projects, direct your attention first, page 2. Some updates, and on here sometimes what you're going to see are dates that are prior to what the parameters are showing in the heading, only because sometimes I don't remember to add something until after that, but that's why. And I think this is a good example. Those are italicized items. Some of them I think were on the last update, but not all of them. And so it has kind of a mix of items that were worked on during that time period and just after leading into the next reporting period, which you'll see, but those are for under the heading of Board of Riley County Commissioners, which is a continuation on that page, and then also under Budget and Planning Committee for some work involved in that committee. Then we can go to page 4. This page, under the heading of Human Resources, at least, it indicates, and as you can see, prepare necessary motion for non-elected department head performance reviews. Manner which we did them last week. And then on page 5, under the heading of intergovernmental luncheon meeting, just an indication on that on page 5. That's some information that was relayed involving the county's platform. As you recall, it was a pretty robust discussion at the governmental luncheon about upcoming items. I can't say there was any new ground covered because it tends to be the same items. Just people are paying attention, obviously, in those other governmental entities. It was a good opportunity to remind them, as they already know on some level, that this doesn't affect just the county. We've got about a 25% stake or so in those receipts. It's never quite that exactly. And then 75% of it's being distributed to other entities, including the schools. And in theory, have even a larger stake in what happens regarding things like dark stores. Then jumping ahead to page 7, it's most recent report. And again, we can go back over anything you want to cover. Just want to hit those things that have some additions. Some entry on that page. And with the previous page heading, appraiser's office dealt with a couple of issues raised by that department and assisted them. Yeah, there's some other updates on page 11 of the report. More italicized text. This time under the general heading of first the Public Works Department, and those items you're familiar with, I'm sure, involving the construction manager at risk procurement process the county's engaged with regard to public safety facility to be constructed by this method of procurement. And also an indication of what you saw last week, an update of the lease for the Aggie Mills substation. If you have any questions on any item that's on the list or other items pending that you have questions about or concerns, let me know. We can discuss that now or at your leisure. That's all I have to report. Other than, of course, the legislative conference is going to happen 1 week from today. All the delegation members, including the new folks, have been notified, reminded of that. And I'm hoping we'll have a good turnout. We'll see what happens.
Do you know, are you getting RSVPs from them? Or?
Kind of off and on. I think most of them were already aware because we told them some time ago the date was, and they tend to block it out. Past experience. I'm trying to go a little bit overboard on reminding them just because we have some new ones. and reminds them where it is, what time it is, and what's going to happen.
You might,
Encourage them to show up.
you might send out a final reminder towards the end of the week because, of course, they've had a new orientation for the new people. They're voting on leadership today, and it's a lot all at once.
Sure. I'm glad to play my part in overwhelming them as they head into the legislature. Unless you have questions, that's all I have.
Thank you, Nancy. Next, Commissioner Gio, Shiloh Hager, 920.
Sir.
You owe me money? What's going on?
I'm having my eval this afternoon.
Not by me.
No,
Just practicing.
thank goodness.
Practice. Yeah. Yeah, I think you got a fighting chance.
I think you're last on the list, there's.
And that was not my doing.
We got tired of them by then.
I know.
Yeah, that was not.
Fine, do what I do.
Elizabeth, he said, I'm gonna put you at the end and just be done with you.
I was exhausted last week after that session.
Oh, yeah, that's what I spent yesterday going through, because doing my portion for all of our full-time employees, and we're doing our 3 captains tomorrow, and it's just 3 of them, and I'm gonna be so tired by the time that's done.
I don't know. I'm not a big fan of these processes. I think I made that clear. I've been on the other side of plenty of them and then just, I don't know.
Just remember who to take it out on.
What?
Nothing.
It's just,
Well, the last one you take it out on.
That's-
Okay, I didn't know that.
Good form. Thanks. That's good.
I stick up for you. You gotta hear what everybody.
although you know who you follow.
No. Oh.
Let's leave the best for last.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And you said just a few years. All right, this.
Get a minute. Yes, sir.
Well, not, but it is what it is. Yes.
Good morning, ladies.
Good
How you
morning.
doing?
Good.
Brought the heavy hitter with you, huh?
I did. Brought my back up.
Brought your heavy?
Hey, how are you?
So Shiloh, you going to the game?
No.
That'd be a good one to go to.
Oh, yeah. I had to watch the championship game on my phone
Oh,
while we were trying to have Thanksgiving with Martin's family. I was kind of like,
Oh, that was bad timing.
you should yell at the end of it. Oh, yeah, I did. It's such a good game. Oh my goodness. A little too close for.
yeah,
Yeah.
cardiac cats.
Then so that was on Saturday, and then we left Wichita to drive home. So we were listening to the basketball game, got home just in time to watch the second half of that. Then went to the women's game yesterday. That was a good K-State game all day out there.
Full weekend.
Not so much for the Chiefs, though.
Yeah. That was kind of a
The
bummer.
Bengals are their Achilles heel.
Looks pretty kryptonite.
Myself, 24.
How's Rhonda?
Good. How about you?
Good.
Greg, you doing better?
Yeah,
Good.
tired.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm sure that lasts a while.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, last week, Thursday's meeting, that wore me out, just having to sit up and pay attention. I just, but it was just having to get up and get going this morning with the battle.
Ready, commissioners?
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So Shiloh Hager, Riley County Treasurer, here with my 2022 accomplishments and some goals that I've set for 2023. Pretty good year in the treasurer's office, considering we've had quite a bit of turnover this year. I think we've had 6 new staff. When you have a staff of 16, that's a pretty big turnover. I did want to have Donna in here with me because I want to give her props for all the training that she's had to do this year to get people up to speed in a quick manner so that we can continue to provide services to the public and not see too much of a lag and not too much of a hardship on the rest of our staff. So she does a great job in doing that. And I just, all of these numbers that you see here is done by a pretty stable staff that we've not increased staff. We've managed to get all the work done. We don't have a lot of overtime. And I just want to make sure that my accomplishments are reflected on the staff that work behind me, because they're the ones that make me look good. So I just want, well, I think I look good. Maybe you might, but they're the ones who do the hard work. And I just wanted to make sure that I gave them their props because they work very hard. I have just some numbers at the top are the amount of ad valorem motor vehicle and commercial taxes that we collected and distributed in 2022. We did see a slight increase in the number of motor vehicle transactions that we saw in 2022. And just a number I want to point out, we usually have about 8 employees that work at the counter, and they're averaging about 375 renewals per person per month and about 150 new registrations per person per month. So it's a lot of work that they get accomplished every month. We saw a 5% increase in the number of commercial customers that we saw in 2022. I still expect to see that to grow. More and more counties they tend to not want to do that commercial work, and so we get lots of compliments by the people that do come here, because that's not something that you have to go to your county to do. We have really good staff that knows the procedures really well. Almost to some of them, I think they might think we know it too well, because we do make them follow the every single bit of paperwork that they need, and sometimes they tell us, well, another county doesn't make us do that. Well, then that's why we're good at what we do. We are getting 2 more staff members trained to do commercial work, so that'll help alleviate some of that work. Commercial renewals start here in December and run through the end of February. So we'll be really busy with that. But one thing I do want to point out though, and it's kind of like beating a dead horse, even though these are very small increases in the number of transactions that we saw in motor vehicle work. And that will once again just go back to the fact that the fees that we collect for doing that work doesn't change. However, our costs do change. And just going to keep pounding that in this next year until we can get that legislation changed to help correct that and help us increase some of those fees so that we can be able to cover our costs. Driver's license was very stable, about just over 3,000 customers for the year. Once again, I'm gonna just say on that, our appointments are booked out 2 weeks in advance. Every appointment slot that we have is taken. We are seeing a lot of people not showing up, however, so or it's people that we can't help. And so we're gonna just keep pounding it out there that we are available. Make your appointments. We're hopefully once the Real ID is more prevalent, that most people already have it and we're back to just doing renewals, we'll be able to add some more appointments in, because a renewal doesn't take as long as you have all your Real ID, if you already have Real ID. So we'll be analyzing that next year. So some of my goals for next year, I'd like to work with the public information officer on really getting more information out to the public about our appointment system, and that it's available. We highly encourage that people use it. It helps us see what kind of work we have for the day. It also helps people plan their time, and so that they're not having to wait in a long walk-in line to do a simple renewal. If they've already have an appointment, we'll mark those first and get those worked up. Would also like to work with Vivian and the department heads in 2023 on OpenGov. We're getting very close to getting the reporting piece of that up and running. And so we're just working on kind of the last integration pieces of that. And then we'll be working with the department heads and on using that system, and then using it to present financial information to you all and the public. We're just going to continue doing what we're doing, working on making sure that our processes are sound, that we're getting through people as quickly and as accurately as possible. Possibly looking at seeing what other credit card options that are out there that may be able to offer a lower fee to our customers. I know a lot of people like to do things online, but if they don't like to pay that fee, if I can find any way to find even a way to lower that just a little bit, we'll look at that. I'm currently serving my second term as the treasurer of NACFO, which is the National Association of County Collectors, Treasurers, and Finance Officers. In 23, I will be installed as first vice president, so I'll be moving up there. I was also nominated as the vice chair of the Kansas County Treasurers Association, the legislative committee. And so, like I mentioned, one of our big pushes is to get our motor vehicle fee bill legislation introduced and hopefully passed this year. And I did receive the Outstanding County Treasurer Award for 2022. So it's very honored about that. I'm really looking forward to 2023. I feel like we have a really good staff in place right now, and we just finished evaluations and they all promised me they're not going anywhere. So I hopefully we'll better. Yeah, I said, okay, I'm recording this for for future purposes, but they're a hardworking group, and I'm very thankful that I have them every day. And I'm very thankful for this position, and look forward to serving for another year. Is there any questions or anything you have for me?
Yes, I have a question. You're saying a lot of people aren't showing up for their appointments. In your software, is there any way you can send out like a confirmation text?
They get it. We one of the things that we found is that if you Google Kansas driver's license, the full service office comes up as your first option. When you click on website, though, on their website, it's supposed to be their website, it links out to our website. So I think what's happening is that people are making an appointment on our system, thinking that it's out there. We've put in the confirmation, you've made an appointment with the Riley County Treasurer's Office. I've done pretty much everything that I know to do to get to make sure they know that they made their appointment with us and not them. And I can't get it, and I don't know how to fix Google, so.
Okay.
But no, I really tried. So when people don't show up though, that does allow us to take in some walk-ins. And we're just doing the best that we can right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, well, I look forward to working with you all next year, and here's to 2023.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Shiloh. Next, commissioners, it's time for press conference.
Get the RCPD report first.
Yep.
Lieutenant Asher.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Just wanted to hit on some main points. We're continuing out in the county and as well as in and around the city on our ARC enforcement to reduce major accidents on the roadways. Some special events that we have this month are Cops with Kids. That's on December 17th, as well as Tip a Cop. And that's where we go and receive tips for donations as well. The STEP program is a program that we're involved in, which is put on by the KDOT. It's a grant. It's a special traffic enforcement program. We just completed our first one of the year, which was in November, and it was Operation Thanksgiving Safe Arrival. And essentially we go out and look for seatbelt as well as impaired drivers. During that first enforcement, we wrote 27 total citations. We stopped 81 vehicles and wrote 53 warning citations, along with 2 DUI arrests and 2 marijuana arrests. And that's pretty much the report. Do you guys have any questions? Thank you.
You.
Good morning, Anna Person, Riley County Appraiser. A couple things I just want to keep the public informed on is on January 1st, 2023, the proration rules for personal property, affecting all personal property except mobile homes, are taking effect. It's important property owners are aware that if they sell personal property, they must notify our office prior to December 20th, 2023, and provide us with a bill of sale for the proration to be applied. Again, this does not go into effect until January 1, 2023. As well, on the residential side, the economic life of other building improvements have been updated, specifically affecting your farm utility type structures. The study was commissioned by the Property Valuation Division and supplied to all 105 counties across the state. The study, the findings show other improvements were being depreciated out too quickly. The structure values for 2023 will be going up largely due to the updated economic life. What does this mean? Historically, the building values were bottoming out within 15 to 25 years. To say a 3-year-old building is only 59% good is not logical. Several counties across the state already updated their economic lives prior to the study even being conducted. Many did not update the economic life due to limited data and the ability to document the change. We have determined that this is the appropriate year to update the economic lives, as several of the surrounding counties have already or will be updating them this year as a result of the study. We are adopting economic lives more on the conservative side of the recommended range. As an example, the 477 farm utility building has an economic life ranging from 15 to 25 years historically. The study shows 55 years flat. We're using 40 to 45 for 2023. Our commercial analyst worked on the depreciation studies and analysis of the other building improvements. He reached out to nearby counties, and of the 3 that responded, 2 of the 3 are making similar adjustments this year. What does this mean? Again, as an example, a 2019 farm utility building was 59% good last year and will increase to 70% good this year. This will result in an increase from 27,820 in 2022 to 39,650 in 2023. And this does include increase in costs, because as we know, costs went up on everything. I just wanted to keep the public informed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next commissioners, we have 9:45. I'll be pinch hitting for Daryl since he's ill today. The CIP. Greg for him and his wife that did come back affirmative this morning.
Hey, what?
Affirmative.
You got a minute, Kurt?
I have apparently. You're okay.
Okay. It won't take that long, I don't think.
Yeah.
Rich, this thing. It was in our box. I thought I already saw that. Oh, it's dated. I remember it was 21.
Also good.
Yeah, I remember seeing
Did they come through again? They probably didn't end up.
Watched it on my phone.
I don't think so. So yeah, I don't remember seeing it a second time because these usually come by my desk as well. I saw it the first time initially.
Direct TV.
Because I called the man that he needs corrections needed on that.
Having a
Mhm.
spat.
No longer with us.
Huh?
He's no longer here. So they didn't go.
It was on this
When?
over there. And nobody cares that he has been packaged there. They just had a-
Huh?
At least a year ago.
No, he's still here.
So
He's
he
my
went to a
neighbor.
pub and was like, oh, man, so he pulled up my phone.
Him and Charlotte were both in our office 2 weeks ago.
It's right here.
Well, maybe it was another.
One thing's for sure, they broke.
And then
the mold.
I had
This-
to
There is no, there may be another similar name, but yeah, he's still
Yeah.
here. I saw them both walk down the stairs 2 weeks ago because they've got some other issues. going on
Well,
in the
He was
neighborhood.
taking a knee.
Yeah, he's still here.
So.
Somebody's.
Oh,
okay.
So yeah, if he did. That would have been last week. Yeah, no, he's still here. At his place every day.
No, I know. But that's, they work on getting rid of it. Would work on getting rid of this. He was.
They have been?
They had some stuff.
Yeah, I knew his real estate. I talked to him more of mine. I knew he was starting to try and unload his real estate or his yard. He has a bunch of stuff. And I did notice recently they moved a bunch of trucks and vehicles that I think are probably salvageable, sellable out into their yards. So I'm hopeful that.
Yeah.
He's got an abandoned mobile home right next door to my property lines. They moved one in with it. No.
So long kick.
He's a nice enough guy.
Yeah.
Always has been, but
Gotta get it.
That's in the numbers of counts, so we get away with anything.
It's such a
That
tiny
is
thing.
why.
And that was there.
Yeah, where-
His whole life, the last person that ever cleaned up his place, when I was a treasurer's officer, county counselor, that's my contract was, Dan Myers talked off. He went out there, and Dan was a brother, but I had to go out to the parents to do and get this cleaned up, and I did, but since then, it's had to do it. That probably is my opinion. She said, yeah, it's just like his dad was. His dad was a student.
She's real nice.
Yeah, she was a school teacher up there at our school district.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wrote one shit.
This one, oops, this one CIP that. Not sure what the last sentence says.
Ambulance, yes. Don't know, it's probably needed to be expanded before they printed and they didn't do that. Yeah, at least here.
It's probably not. a big thing. One sentence can say a lot.
Yeah, you're exactly right there. Russell.
All right, yourself.
Some aspects of the from one. So you want to evenings and weekends? It's over. And so one of the next thing is.
Maybe we should go at it for us.
I do.
We don't need to do it now.
So.
In my, that's what my memory is saying. You understand the definition of sound and director. That is my favorite. I love it.
And so.
And something like that did happen. Russell was the first one that. See,
We're like sick. All middlemen.
she really thinking about just leave your 2022. January 22.
Asking for reduction. The reduction in responsibility.
But I know as soon as I'm back here with my bag, it's been a reduction. Good to see you. I think he's whiter. Yeah, what do you guys do for that here? I'm just gonna tell you something, but I'm really gonna figure that out. Sometimes you're better off not. Generally. I want to. No, I'm Marks.
Commissioners. Good morning, Commissioners. Chris Barger, Riley County Clerk. I am pinch hitting for Darrell Eady, Budget Finance Officer. In reviewing the packet, I did notice that the 2022 Riley County CIP cash flow analysis was not included in the packet. I did provide that to you via hard copy this morning. The important number, although they're all important, is the amount available at this point in time with reserves. Subtracted out is $3,807,729.04. So I knew that would be an important number for the commission to be aware of. In the packet is included the Riley County Capital Improvement Program annualized non-funded projects. We did have department heads go through and rank those, and they're ranked per department as their priorities. As you can see, 1, 2, 3, and some creative department heads put 2 2s in there. So you will see the importance of those projects to those department heads. Of course, in working with the commissioners, I know the commissioners have an emphasis on keeping some of these funds available in light of the Riley County Public Safety Building, and if costs may be increased on there, and then also the North County Ambulance Facility. I know are the county commissioners' top 2 priorities at this time, that never know, may need some funding for furniture or something as we go along. So I think we need to keep that in mind. You can see in the packet, the highlighted are the 4 motor graders. That's really, we really don't have a choice on that. We really do need to have the commission approve and activate that, because that is a lease purchase buyout of those 4 motor graders. And for us to go out and replace those at this time, and John can speak to it better than me, would be significantly higher. And I would bet, actually, this agreement was made how many years ago, John? 10 years ago. I would bet that cost would be double if they could double it on us right now, if not more. And so it's a really good deal. They have low usage. They've been maintained very well. And so I really don't believe we have an option on that. Well, we have an option, but it's a much more expensive option. Also, another one that's highlighted to replace jail door and camera systems, LEC facility. Just my opinion, but that is well beyond its useful life. And to me, it is necessary to replace. But ultimately, you have the decision in making that. So those would be, I would say, the top 2. I would say probably the third one, just my opinion, the budget planning committee and reviewing these, would be replacement of an ambulance due to the timelines on getting an ambulance replaced. If you were to do those 3, it's $1,060,000. I've done some recalculation on those numbers. And then if you were to add the other 2 number 1s, which would be the large area mower, and there was another one I had. Oh, one of the number 2s, one of the tandem axle trucks, and John can make a plea for one or both of them, but that would be $1,420,000. So if you did, just the top 3, that would leave in CIP $2.8 million. If you do all 5 of those top ones, including that one number 2, that would leave $2.4 million. Or you can allocate all of it. You commissioners have the authority to do all that. I'm just giving you the opinions of what we kind of analyze as a budget planning committee. Open for any discussion amongst the board or questions.
On the jail door and camera system, it's $275. How close do we think we're going to be on that dollar wise? Because I'm wondering if we have in-house people that can do a portion of that as opposed to having an outside.
Good morning, Derek Woods, captain of the gym. So we worked with our IT department on this when we went through bids, and they are going to work side by side with the company going in so that they have firsthand knowledge of what's being installed going forward with this. But
Are there any savings there when we work? Yes.
Yeah, but that said, Kurt Mulder, interim director, no, there won't be. Obviously, they need to be the installers. Our IT will be with them. And I want to clarify that it says replace jail doors and camera system. It's the camera system. It's related to the doors, that no work on the doors or anything like that. our tours early on. I just want to make sure that that's clear. There won't be mechanisms in the door, et cetera. But to answer your question directly, no, there's no way to do cost savings for us to install it for them or do anything like that, because that they're responsible to do that. That's part of their bid and they need to be the ones doing it. We will be with them, as he said, and as we have done up to this point, can try and troubleshoot down the road repairs, but they need to be the ones to install.
And it looks like the maintenance fee after a year is over $7,000 a year. So that was.
Right. Again, keep in mind, this is software, so there's
Mhm.
always maintenance fees for software as it gets updated, et cetera. Right.
Okay, yeah, and I know we had talked about this when I came over and took a look at it with you about the doors, you know, if they are gonna need replacing in a short period of time, you know, to interface with this system.
Right, with the doors, it's going to be the actual mechanical pieces to the door, as well as we anticipate software, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, software that's connected to the doors will be at the end of life as these cameras are, but so far we haven't seen that yet, but that could be coming too.
And they interface okay with the new software.
That's what the company is.
Yeah.
They're saying that that's
Yes.
possible. Okay. Yes.
And then they have to, I see what you're saying. Yeah, they have to, because those cameras and the doors coincide. It's the button you push cause the door to come open, which is all pneumatic. The mechanics of that, the pieces of those doors are also that we're piecemealing, and that's where cost savings is coming in. Our building maintenance is doing a lot of the work on the actual doors themselves. But eventually, we anticipate those are going to be replaced, and that will be on future CIP.
Well, I was just trying to avoid having this, you coming back, you know, like in a couple months and this door is failing and this door is failing. And, you know, when do we need to do that? So.
Yeah, I understand that. And as much as we can replace, and I don't know the answer to this, in this process with including anything they can do that will help the mechanical or the software portion of the doors will be included in this. It's just the mechanics of it we can't speak to yet.
Okay.
I don't know if that helped any or not.
Okay, yeah, and then we have down here also the rooftop HVAC units. In the there's at one point it says project one rooftop, and down below in a brief description it says two of them. So what is it? One or two HVACs?
I'm not 100% prepared to answer that.
Okay.
Myself, my understanding is it's always been two, so I haven't looked exactly at what you're looking at there, but I believe.
Well, it's on the thing from, you know, the project funding authorization form. It's on this one. I think this came from John. I think
It's one.
it's
all-
one.
It says one rooftop on the sheet right there. That might have been.
Yeah, and down below it says replace two. So I didn't know
Yeah.
if we were getting two for 60,000 or one for 60,000.
One, because it's the more difficult one that's left to replace.
Okay, so we need to revise that form or cross it out.
If you don't approve it, it'll be revised the next time you see it.
Okay. Okay. Well, just wanted to clarify that.
And Director Derek, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're hopeful maybe it may come a little bit under that amount, but we would like to allocate that amount at this point in time. Of course, anything that is not used on this system will stay within the CIP for future projects.
That's correct.
Is the one that's there, the HVAC, is that one totally inoperable at this point, or is just going down?
No, it's functional, but it's breaking down.
Yeah, it's still functional. It's just close to the end of its useful life. And there was a project of 3-4 years in a row that we replaced a few at a time. And the only reason it says one instead of two is we replaced the next one last year within the same price cost that we had. So now we're down to one. This one is stuck underneath a rack for some other equipment. So that all has to come up and move before they can get to this one. That's why it's by itself is more expensive.
And so there's the last original one.
On this part of the building, yes.
Well, I'm just thinking about this one, John. You may want to check with the vendor on this one on if there's going to be a significant price increase at the beginning of the year. Because I just happen to have a friend that owns a plumbing company in town, and I know the cost on HVAC is going up significantly after the first year.
And delays getting them, so,
I mean, significant price increases in HVAC.
Double or?
This year.
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Yeah, that would make a big difference.
So it might be worth checking on. We could get something locked in early if it's that significant of a price increase. Greg, Commissioner, thank you.
Oh,
Mr. Hackett.
Yeah, I was trying to find yours. I had questions.
Sure.
Morning, Commissioners, David Adams, United States Ambulance Director. If you would have asked me a year ago, that ambulance would not be on this list. But the reason why it's on here, if you recall, we received one earlier this year and we have one on order. The one we received earlier this year was slated to replace an older ambulance. But with the addition of Station 5 up north, and in preparation for that, this ambulance that we bought did not replace one. So it's been added to the fleet, not replacing something from the fleet. So that's why that's back on here. And so that would not have been on here. The cardiac monitors would have been my number one. So the cardiac monitors, they're used on every call. They have a useful life of 7 years. We can get 11 out of them. As we rotate them, we keep some in spare for event standbys, for when we have one that's out of service, for maintenance or whatever. The ones that we have down on standby now are no longer serviced by the companies. Their life is done. So and currently right now we have one loaner from the Zoll, from our manufacturer, because we have one that is being repaired and we don't have anything to put in its place. So that's why I had the ambulance was put back on there, was just because we're still behind in that replacement because we added to the system this year.
Yeah, I thought that's what my question was. I knew there was.
So what's
But
the
you
deal
still
with the
have
second
another
one? Yeah, you have one on 2023.
Right, because we were scheduled to replace 2 this year, or to have 2 in CIP. So we have one that is the first one, because the one we replaced should have been number 1 of 2. But since we didn't replace one, now the one that we have already in queue is number 1 of 2. So we're asking for this ambulance to replace, because we're behind in our replacements. So we have ambulances that, we have some that are stocked and are used quite a bit. And then we have one that is not stocked and is not licensed, but when we have a vehicle down for extended maintenance, then we stock it up. And that's the other one that we need to replace. It's well past it. It's almost 15 years old and has way too many miles on it, way too many, and the engine hours are just incredible. So
Yeah, the engine hours are long.
The engine hours are what-
running, even if they're not putting miles on.
right,
Right.
yeah, the engine hours are is what fills them. So
But you said you've got another one on order,
we
right?
have one on order, and it'll take
Forever.
yeah, it'll be a year before it starts to be built. So, and then this one, I don't know what the lead time will be on it, but it's going to be significant as well.
So this, the other one on order won't be coming in until next, you said,
I don't think it'll be till the end of 23,
so this one probably won't be here.
probably until 24.
There's a difference in price here between the 23 and the 22 on the ambulances. The 23 says 250,000 and the one for 22 is 325,000.
The reason was, since we had this new ambulance that came this year and we added to our fleet, we had to buy all new radios and all of those components. Where the ones that are coming, we take all those components out of the old ambulance and we transfer them into the new trucks.
Okay.
So that's the difference.
Okay. There was also on the ambulance, on the project justification on our form, the last sentence is cut off. Can you tell me what that would say?
Yeah, that's part of the software I struggle with. So. See, mine is cut off as well.
Reading duty for ambulance boxes.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Mine's cut off. I thought it would show up on this one, but you have any idea how to fix that? So
You're the one that struggled with it.
too much, and that's why it runs out of space. So, but
Well, I don't want any big surprises in the
no, there's no
last
big
section.
surprises in there. No, yeah, not good.
David, if you can print it out.
I'll print it.
Send it in full form and just email it to the commissioners.
I can do that.
All right.
Thank you. Thanks, David. Greg, Mr. Bowler, is it okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yes. Mike Bowler with the Noxious Weed Department. Thanks for the opportunity. I just wanted to explain on our mower tractor that this particular unit, we've had to do a lot of major repairs with this, including replacing the entire motor 2 years ago. And we're at the point now where we just had the hydraulic system go out and they found pieces of the transmission in the hydraulic system. So we are living on borrowed time on the tractor. And I did just want to add, I know that the county, we don't do trade-ins, but we'll have auctions. I do have another tractor that, as used tractors, have quite a bit of value to them too. So that 135 would be retail for the new tractor, but I just wanted to add too that we do have some trade-in value there and then one tractor as well to kind of offset that cost. And just ending needing for repair on our current tractor. So I just wanted to speak to why I'm asking for that request.
Any idea, Mike, on that trade-in value of those two tractors?
Yes, we have a 2010 case. I would expect at an auction that it may bring between $30,000 and $40,000 because it's a well-maintained case tractor. The only issue with it is we recently had the front hood, the fiberglass hood was damaged in the tornado, and that's not covered by insurance. So that would depreciate it somewhat, but it's a good functioning tractor. And then if I did have a replacement tractor, the current one I'm asking to be replaced, I would probably keep because we have put a new motor in it. And it's pretty imperative that we have a secondary or a second tractor. So my preference would probably be to keep the one that we've got as a secondary unit. We are out about 8 to 10 months on ordering. So even as it stands with the approval today, I'm going to have to, fingers crossed, probably get through next season with this current tractor that I have. With the transmission holding up, and the transmission is one of those things that it's anybody's guess. It could last another 10 hours, it could last another 1,000 operating hours. So it's just, but if it does need replaced, it's a cap off fix. It would be in the tens of thousands of dollars. Any questions, Commissioner? Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. And so the commissioners understand, if we were to auction off that tractor, those funds go into the county general fund, or the commission directed, we could also put it in the CIP to help reimburse the CIP for part of the cost of that tractor. And so just want the commissioner to understand it doesn't stay in the noxious weed department, because does go in the general fund as overall revenues, which could be transferred to CIP.
I'd like to see it go back into CIP. I don't know if we need to decide that now or not.
No, we don't need to decide that now. But more, just what you want to activate as active projects is being presented today.
On the Fairmont Park, you have the football goal post needs to be replaced. Is that something that we need to replace now, or is it being used a lot for football practice?
Yes, they are using both fields. One's more of a game field, the other one practice, but I think they're both getting quite a bit of use. We replaced the goalpost and scoreboard on one of the fields just this spring, from last year's CIP. And this is just for the second one, and not necessarily a priority. We need to have it to this year, but it does get used.
That's number 3 here, I guess, so.
I still think that there's outside funds and grants available potentially for those. Mhm. Community development type grants and funds.
We had John also addressed how the tandem axle truck need.
Trucks, yes. We currently have 3 trucks on order. One is scheduled to be built and maybe delivered, in the next few months. I think it had the build date. The other 2 are, we don't even have dates for yet. And those are, I think those were both ordered a year and a half ago, So that's where the trucks are. They're every bit of 365 days out from even being scheduled to be built. I think in the last 2 years, we have ordered 4 and we've received 1. Hence the 2 twos on there, which was, I don't remember leaving it there when I turned in my final draft, but that's basically the reason they were doubled up is the lead time getting out. Just hold on to what we got best we can to keep snow good.
And the 2 we've got are, you said 2 on order.
Basically 3 left to be delivered, yes.
Were those from last year's, or are they on this year's secret? Or do you remember where?
They've been past the on 21's list. We had one early in February. That's the one has the date to be built. The other 2 were later in March, April, November when we did those in 21. There was still waiting for a build date for those. We didn't do any CIP until now for 22. So yeah, they've been ordered since 21.
But like I say, so they're covered in.
They're covered.
Yeah,
the money should be.
The money.
Some of this previously allocated stuff on here.
Yeah.
Where those,
Yeah.
right.
Correct.
But
And commissioners just know that, when budget and planning committee look at these things, is, something I always think about with parks, and it was the previous assistant public works director, parks director, who a couple people know, and I know John knows who that was. It's always reminded the commissioners, parks really are a nicety in our community. We're one of the very few counties that even has a parks department. Our parks department is awesome. They do a great job because we give them the resources, but when it comes to keeping taxes low and necessities to keep other infrastructure going, it was always lesser on the list. And he would admittedly say this before the county commissioners every presentation, but I understand the importance of it because our parks are very nice. And so that's the only reason why we didn't really have anything from parks that we recommended. But we can absolutely use.
who uses that, and who uses Fairmont football fields?
Oh, all the kids.
Is that the
Little league football.
small?
Mhm. Yeah, they have, even when my son was a kid, they're very nice facilities. They get used a lot. They got the frisbee golf down there that's very popular.
Our
Go ahead.
local homeschool association, that's the home field for football that's used every Friday night during the football season. And some Saturdays it's used a lot.
Yeah, I say that, and it's just because it is the truth. I mean, if times are really tough to cut, that's probably the things you cut, but honestly, I would like to see that thing built up even more. And Cinco, we know that playground equipment needs replaced, that's a huge cost. And so I fully support it. And we could really make the Fairmont Parks a real gem if we put some more money into it. It gets a lot of usage.
Yeah, it was the clubs, I wasn't sure about the homeschool. There's a club football team that actually built the stadium, I think, in the first place. Had it done by, is what the story I had. There's more and more club teams from the college, intramural stuff, soccer teams. There's a lot more people have an interest in using those fields over the last year. And as of right now, we're not targeting for better use.
And it's not over the last year. I think why you've seen that increase over last year is because of the pandemic environment we've been through. But like I said, my son's now 28, and back when he was a kid, they were heavily used for football. And they are really nice facilities that were built on a volunteer basis, but we do maintain them.
Yeah, and it could be that the city has been charging for usage of the field, their fields. So it could be that that's why we're seeing an increase.
So, don't know.
Possibly.
Know what I put down. Definitely yes on the replacement ambulance and the cardiac monitors.
And what?
And the cardiac monitors. Sounds like the roadside mower tractor, I was hesitant on that. Sounds like that's gonna be a need. Definitely on the jail camera system and the rooftop.
And the rooftop?
And the rooftop. One. Okay.
Yes, I got you.
That's all that's on your list.
Just to clarify. And I put the 4 motor graders and maybe one of the tandem axle trucks.
Well, I agree. The motor graders, the camera system, the ambulance. Those 3 already. I agree that it's. That's my line.
What about the Fairmont Park? Do we need to look for grants for those or put them off?
I think we need to at least consider that idea first.
So do spring before we probably do those.
How much are they going to be used over the next few months until you get into spring?
We won't be able to get them in before that anyway.
No, I kind of figured that, but still.
Yes, the football season.
Yeah, sure.
So we could maybe put those into 23 and in the meantime, look for some grant that might be available. It's not like
So what? They're outside.
some outside grants or monies that might be available for that.
I'd agree with that. There's actually more money available for those items than there are for playground items, believe it or not.
Probably.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
We've had that playground equipment on the list for a long time. That's number 4 of those.
John, weren't you working on updating that Seco Park plan?
I am.
Yeah, so I want commissioners to know that John is working on updating that Seco Park plan.
or at least something to bring back to you to show what.
Meeting today about cities going out there, right?
City has their part meeting, then there'll be a joint meeting, and then the county has their meeting after that, so.
Weren't they talking more about Potter Hall?
They're talking
We're talking about the
baseball fields,
baseball field.
parking, paving, support, what? Was it? I think this morning, they used to saying, redoing the baseball fields and parking lot.
So it's on the list from that Parks and Rec tax from a few years ago.
Yeah. Still stacked.
And there's still discussions on if a depot pool might not be the indoor pool at some point in time. At least there's been a discussion about that. Don't know, but
You don't need to do anything. He's there.
The board have a consensus on how you like the procedure, would you like us to bring it back to you after you look at this some more?
I think I'm good for the moment myself. You know, this list has gotten considerably smaller along the way. Maybe not in terms of dollars, but items.
So we're looking at the motor graders, HVAC at the jail, and the also the technology at the jail, and then the ambulance and the cardiac monitor.
Those were some of Commissioner Ford's, he had a rather long list.
Yeah, and there's a mower tractor.
Just need to get a consensus from all the, and he had put in there Mike's tractor mower.
And then one of the tandem axle trucks. At least maybe they'll come in a line eventually. I felt pretty good about that for the moment.
The large area mower we're talking about.
No, the roadside. The other one's for parts.
The noxious weed. the
Oh,
roadside
there it
mower.
is. Okay.
David, so on the cardiac monitors, what's the deal with that? That says replacing two of them.
Yeah, two of them. Yes, sir. They have a lifespan of 7 years on the trucks. We can get more because we have to have extras for our event standbys and the different things that we have. And what we have as our spares are, this is called an X series. We have the old E series and then the EMs, and they're no longer being serviced by the companies. They're 12, 13 years old. And we've got multiple that just don't work anymore. And we'll trade them in because there's $1,000 value to trade in with these. But they're just to build back into our stock and take some, we've got some that are on first out trucks that are 7, 8 years old, and they're being used on every call. So that's why and then we have one that's out of service right now, and we have to use a loaner from the company.
Because we don't even have.
Because we don't have anything to put in that place.
And Greg, did you have a preference?
No, I was. Then I gotta, looking back at those wrong numbers here in my head. If we did, if we did the ambulance, cardiac, the noxious weed mower, both items at the jail, and just the motor graders, that's about, I think, 1.3. 1.35, I think. Yeah, you numbers in my head, we'll just never. When you're not feeling good. That's even quality about it.
Motor graders, and then we're talking about the tandem axle track, one of those.
I wasn't.
You weren't. Okay.
Based on what we've got,
Yeah.
Then that still leaves this 2.5 carryover.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, okay, so we cross out the 10, that's it then. Right now,
That was my thoughts.
because that shows up again in 10.
Yeah, that'd be 1,349,000 for those. But I don't have a consensus yet, so
I can look at that.
We're just looking at it, that leaves us roughly 2.5 carryover on.
We've got a couple of big things on the list there that are
Yeah,
gonna have to be addressed at some point in time.
Yeah.
$500,000 in one, so. I'm good with that.
the consensus commissioners on the motor grader, the HVAC for the LEC, the LEC jail door system, camera system, the ambulance, the cardiac monitors, and more for noxious weed.
yeah, I'm good with that.
I'm good with that.
The department heads, any comment?
5, 6.
Commissioners good with that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your time, commissioners. We are well past Russell time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uh-oh, got starting the day off good there.
Russell is what I got.
Yeah, it is a notification, you know. I just popped up on my email.
Yeah.
What the hell, $20 here and $20 there both, all right.
What are we? What's the notification?
No, it's something.
Ambulance, or
Fire?
weather siren,
Oh, weather?
first Monday of the month.
Oh, that, okay.
Morning, Commissioner Russell Stuckey, Municipal Services Director. Here's someone I said. Everything. As my staff time report for the month of November. There's a supplement I gave you to Deputy Chief Russell didn't, he was fighting a fire and didn't get it in by the 3 o'clock deadline. So you can add that in. So some of the highlights, since I know you're behind on time. On the 911 side, on the 27th, we had a radio system outage. KCOM and L3 Harris are investigating it. The radios went down that Sunday evening. They're not exactly sure what happened yet. There was a power outage and the equipment at Accurate Hall, which is where we link into the internet, essentially went down. Once the computers were rebooted and things came back up, it worked fine, but the automatic failover to the backup didn't work like it was supposed to. So we're investigating that. Part of that we think is the instability of the AT&T backup link, fiber link, that we are in the process of eliminating the microwave equipment. I talked to KCOM this morning. They said the microwave equipment is up and functioning. They want to monitor it for a week, make sure it continues to talk to each other stably like we assume it will. And probably sometime next week, they will switch it over from the AT&T to the microwave and then purposely disconnect the WTC fiber that goes to K-State, which is the primary link, and make sure that it fails over properly like it should and that it carries the traffic for a few hours and then officially make it back up. So hopefully that will take care of the problem, but they are going to invest. That will take care of the reliability issue that we have with the AT&T being the backup link. And it will save us $1,200 a month going forward. So, but they're still not sure. They're going to be talking to K-State some more staff and do some more investigating of why what happened Sunday happened and try and pin that down. On the emergency management side, I was going to highlight, that we got the additional funding. For that 2.6 time. I think we finally got to the point where we're ready to meet with Clancy and Elizabeth on our departmental guidelines, procedures, policies, and how they will interact and what exceptions may or may not need to be made with county policy or additional county policies. So we have a meeting on the calendar to do that. We do have a request from the, excuse me, the Zendale Community Improvement, which I cannot remember her name. Diane, yes, about doing a mural on the side of the fire station. So I told her, well, that's something I said, I'm open to the idea. That's something that'll have to be approved by the commission. And so she's supposed to be getting us a sketch from the artist that was going to do it. And I will be bringing that to the commission unless the commission tells them, no, you're not interested. But my intent would be to bring that sketch in, get the commission's approval, and then move forward unless the commission has any issues with that. Okay. We've been working closely with the Riley County Planning Department and the city on some developments that are in the urban planning area, and how the planning and everything is going to work, and the fire code requirements, and basically what it's come down to, and Amanda's maybe already talked to you about it, is the businesses that sign on that want city water and or city sewer are signing on to the city code requirements too. So the city fire is going to be the primary one on the requirements for the fire codes and stuff, even though those are outside of the city, but they're in that urban planning area. We successfully transitioned 10 new members from probationary status to trained status, and so 10 new volunteers. And you can see that in that chart that we included. And we have run reports. And I think that's the majority of what I had, unless you had any questions today. And that the other thing I was going to highlight is, and I know most of you know, but county fire doesn't have access to the CIP, and so we have to do our own CIP internally. So just keep that in mind at those.
You have a capital fund,
Right. That we fund ourselves.
Well, the taxpayers fund.
Well, any questions for me?
Good, commissioners. I don't know if Clancy, did you have anything? You had an exec canceled. Didn't know if you had anything else.
No, thank you, but no.
Commissioner McKinley, we just wanted to, for procedural purposes, make sure you're planning on feeling okay to come back at 1:15.
Yeah.
It makes a difference on how we do the motions. So just wanted to check with you, see how you felt at the end of the meeting, because I've been there and you can get worn down.
I've got a little bit of break here.
I know when I feel like that, I just sounds good. Well, we will meet everyone back here at 1:15. Procedurally, we will go in, since everyone's here, in and out for each one. So Commissioner Sherwood.
I thought we didn't do this the last time, though.
That's because we were doing virtual.
Virtual, okay.
Exactly.
We can't do it while we're all here.
It's a lot easier.
No, you can do it. You can do that when you're all here, but when we're having a member virtually, IT was raising the question that it could cause problems with confidentiality. Possibly a break in the person who was appearing virtual could inadvertently suddenly be transmitted on Ustream.
It was due to security concerns
Oh,
from
okay.
IT is why we had that procedural change.
Sure.
Okay.
Since you're all here,
Agree, it was
in
easier.
and out.
I'm going to do the afternoon virtually, so we don't have to be patient.
You can.
You have the option.
Two of you can do it if you want to, as long as we got
Well,
a.
we can do it virtually if we're gonna do it that way. That's why I wanted to make that statement to clarify for everyone, so everyone's clear on the same page.
That sure went a lot smoother, I tell you that. A lot easier.
The state laws and AG really don't care, trust me, on R and tax roll and elections on making anything easier for us. Is that right, Mr. Holman?
I think that's a very diplomatic assessment.
I live that day.
So that's like if they check on it. So.
It's not a matter of
That's
if
only
they
if
check.
anyone turns us in, you're gonna check on us.
Sure. Yeah, they're not sitting out there watching.
It's good to know.
Okay.
But we don't adjourn now, so after elevated stuff, right? And
Here you go, relax on your recliner.
I don't think I ever said it, actually. It's a coat rack.
Old Commissioner Newsom, he used it for naps. He had a little cook timer in his office. He would take naps in his recliner.
Oh, really?
He did. He did for sure. Days like today. And Clancy, they will come in and And shouldn't go.
We keep bringing that.
Playoffs.
Right.
I know, I'm a little bit that way, yeah.
And I also think it gives like the American Conference and the MAC and the opportunity to slip a team.
No, but that's-
That's two or three losses.
Yes.
Into this.
So, you know, we created that, we have that, but I still
Well, see,
have.
a team that went undefeated, that,
Well,
you know, beat the
we did it
crap.
really
you know,
hard.
they'd want to Prove it, you know,
Maxed out.
I think if you're one of the schools, you don't like this.
The basic tenants, but I did for a while have
Right.
for down stuff and so, and that's the reason, like, if you just don't have it,
Can't cheat.
yeah.
I need to make official motion. Do you have the sheet? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I guess we're gonna go in and out for each one of
Yes,
these.
so.
because We're all here in person.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
We were
just
seeing
so
four.
you know.
Okay, thanks for sharing.
So I'll go ahead then and move that the county commission, including Chairman McKinley, Commissioner Foki, and Commissioner Ford recess to executive session on a performance matter for non-elected personnel, a department head evaluation, and to protect the privacy of the employee, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act with Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Manager. The open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 1:35 PM.
Been moved and seconded to go into executive session, all in favor?
Aye.
I move the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
Well, second that.
And moving second, out of executive session, all in favor?
Aye.
Go ahead and also move that the record reflect action shall be taken consistent with the consensus reached in executive session.
Well, second that.
Moving second, that actions will be taken. Excuse me, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, here we go again. I move the county commission, including Chairman McKinley, Commissioner Foki, and Commissioner Ford, recess into executive session on a performance matter for non-elected personnel, department head evaluation, and to protect the privacy of the employee, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act with Human Resource Direct Manager Elizabeth Ward. The open meeting to resume at the county commission chamber at
55.
1:55.
I would second that.
And moving second, go into executive session, all in favor?
Aye.
We should be back at 15, yeah?
55.
Well, yeah, yes, sorry, when you reset it again, I meant, yeah. Okay, thanks, how are you? Good. How are you? I'm okay. Thanks.
Okay. Go ahead and move that the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I would second that.
I moved and seconded out of executive session, all in favor.
Aye.
Okay.
Let's see, on this one, I'll move that the record reflect no binding action was taken during the executive session.
I would second that.
You moved and seconded, no binding actions taken, all in favor.
Aye. Here we go again.
We did a recording of that.
The button. Sorry, AG, I don't feel like talking today. Move the county commission, including Chairman McKinley, Commissioner Boke, and Commissioner Ford, recess into executive session on a performance matter for non-elected personnel, department head evaluation, and to protect the privacy of the employee, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act with Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Manager. The open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 2:15 p.m.
I would second that.
We moved and seconded, going to executive session, all in favor.
Aye.
I'll go ahead and move the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I would second that.
Moved and seconded from out of executive session, all in favor?
I'll also move that the record reflect action shall be taken consistent with the consensus that was reached in executive session.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded that actions were taken consistent with consensus, all in favor?
Aye.
I'll move the. Trying to figure out a way to do this. I'll move the county commission, including Chairman McKinley, Commissioner Foki, and Commissioner Ford, recess into executive session on a performance matter for non-elected personnel, a department head evaluation, and to protect the privacy of the employee, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act with Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Manager. The open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 2:35 p.m.
I would second that.
And moved and seconded to go into executive session, all in favor?
Aye.
biggest struggle.
Okay. Go ahead and move the Board of County Commissioners to come out of executive session.
I would second that.
Moved and seconded out of executive session, all in favor?
Aye.
We'll also move that the record reflect no binding action was taken during that executive session.
I would second that.
Moved and seconded, your binding actions taken, all in favor?
Aye.
And for the last time. I move the county commission, including Chairman McKinley, Commissioner Boki, and Commissioner Ford, recess into executive session on a performance matter for non-elected personnel, a department head evaluation, and to protect the privacy of the employee, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act with Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Manager. The open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 2:55 p.m.
I would second that.
Moved and seconded, going to executive session, all in favor?
Aye. I don't have to.
Okay. I move that the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I second that.
It's moved and seconded from out of executive session, all in favor?
Aye.
Yeah.
And also move that the record reflect no binding action was taken during the executive session.
I second that.
Been moved and seconded that no binding action was taken, all in favor?
Aye.
And I don't have anything else. It's been a long day.
I know.
I've had enough.
Okay.
Yeah, have to.
Just one thing on the law board, Commissioner Foki was asking, we're contacting the interviewees. We're trying to get them scheduled for the 12th, but they not gotten back to us. So we're gonna, if we can get them to the 12th, then we'll have it so you guys make the decision on the law board the 15th. Okay. So it's contingent on getting together.
How many do you have?
Sweet, budget.
Huh?
Is it two?
I think there's two so far.
And do we have a cutoff date for that?
Well, we did formally, though.
I don't think you can do that right now. If somebody else pops in, I guess.
We will for next year.
Okay. Okay, well then I'm gonna make a motion that we adjourn the December 1st meeting of the County Commission.
I second that.
Been moved and seconded to adjourn, all in favor?
Aye.